Well, here we are. The finale of Ace Attorney 3 and the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Some people thought this day would never come, and by some people, I thought me. Or I mean me. Like, honestly, sometimes it seems like the shorter they try to make these games, the longer the game actually takes. I'll have to figure it out, because I know that it took me longer to play Ace Attorney 2 than it did to play Ace Attorney 1, despite Rise from the Ashes. I gotta figure out if it took me longer to play Ace Attorney 3 than it did to play Ace Attorney 2. But that's all for the post-production of Ace Attorney 3. In the meantime, let's actually get to finishing this. So, last time, if memory serves, and of course it never does, but if memory serves, we managed to get some kind of confession out of Dahlia Hawthorne. Something, something, something. She was trying to kill Maya Fey, didn't realize that it was Maya Fey channeling her the whole time. Mia came in and beat her again, and unfortunately, she was, well, I'm not entirely sure how she was compelled to leave Maya's body without killing Maya. Like, seriously, that still kind of puzzles me. But she was compelled to leave Maya's body, and the judge says we can't summon her, or we can't spirit channel her anymore, for safety purposes or for safety reasons or whatever. I think the judge is crazy, but what do I know? Anyway, then Godot said something, 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 no help from beautiful women for you, Phoenix. And so Iris is refusing to help, and Mia's refusing to help, and Dahlia's not coming back from the dead again to help. Which is just a deplorable state of affairs to be in. But oh well. I figured out where this is going. We got through Maya's first testimony of the final part of this. We're about to start her second testimony, and I do in fact seem to be goblinless. And visitorless. Despite the fact that I told a bunch of people that it was going to be the finale of Ace Attorney 3 today. Oh well. LG was not going to show up because he was going to be working. Then he said he's probably going to show up because his boss's flight was canceled, and I don't know what the story is with that. But forget about it. Let's continue with Bridge to the Turnabout and load the save data. Alright, well then, let's continue with the testimony. Oh yeah, that's right. In Maya's first testimony, something, 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 she couldn't see the person who was about to stab her, but somehow she could see the person who was behind the person who was going to stab her and knew that it was a man. Oh, hi, you are here, LJ. Okay, good. Well, okay. LG, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. When you didn't respond immediately, I was wondering if something got screwy with my computer's audio. I
know, it's all good. It just takes a second to fully click in.
Fair enough. No, I was a little bit concerned about that, as well as a little bit concerned about whether or not my stream setup would work this week, because I unplugged everything last week and actually took my laptop upstairs for the first time in probably... Okay, upstairs and into my room, because it has been upstairs and in the den a few times, but it was upstairs and in my room probably for the first time in 3-4 years, because I was sick and I didn't feel like leaving my room. Oh,
Yeah, fair enough.
this does remind me. I said yesterday during my stream on the Bulba Garden channel I lost my thermometer sometime on Friday, which was true. I found it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes and no. I decided that I would wash my sheets on Sunday after I streamed, obviously, because I don't do much of anything before I stream in the morning on Sunday. And I found the thermometer when I was pulling my sheets out of the washing machine to put them in the dryer.
Oh.
It works maybe about half the time now, and it's in Celsius. Which, for ULG, is perfectly fine and normal, but for those of us who use an
Oh, yeah.
actual sensible temperature system, it's less it's less intuitive. Either way, my temperature is either 36.2 or 38.2. I couldn't quite read it, but I did take my temperature. So just in case Pokey Delta shows up and asks how high my fever is, I don't think I have one.
Look, you're a man of science. Celsius is fine. You just have to add 273 to it, and you'll get a perfectly sensible scientific measurement.
Yeah, that. Also, if I was literally taking my temperature, I would in fact be left at 0 Kelvin. Or 0 Rankine. I bet you, LG, you didn't even know Rankine was a temperature scale.
I did, but it's like, it's basically Celsius, but in Fahrenheit. Not Celsius. It's Kelvin, but in Fahrenheit, right?
Yes, I might have
Yeah.
told you that before, but yeah. All right, let's get on with this. It honestly wouldn't kill me to have a shorter stream tonight. So yeah, but before you showed up, LG, I was trying to figure out you're trying to remember what had happened last time and kind of recapping it based on my memory. I,
You accused the coolest man in the room of murder.
Aha! But again, if I had my temperature taken and I'm 0 Kelvin now, I am the coolest man in the room.
If you say so, buddy.
You literally cannot get any cooler than 0K. Which probably explains why I'm drinking so much tea.
Sounds about right.
Also, the game is finally catching up to where I've been basically since I've seen the real murder. The real crime scene, I should say, not the real murder, because I technically haven't seen the real murder yet. I'm sure there'll be a flashback or something.
Probably.
Okay, so Pokey Delta, my Monday Bulba stream. I had some thoughts on this. Also, I didn't say that I'm not ill anymore. I still feel like crap a little bit, which fits because Phoenix is also kind of sick in this case, but I had some thoughts for my Labor Day stream for Bulba Garden. Let me find my phone, because I sent them all to Caps, and I just want to make sure that I don't forget any of them, because I'm a scatterbrained doofbutt. Alright, so here are the ideas. The ideas are, go all the way back to the very first stream series or playthrough series that I ever did on the Bulba Garden channel, and go back to my flying type run of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, and actually do the Darkrai, Shaman, and Arceus events, because I should have all the things that I need for that. Or two, returning to the first Torture series that I ever did, which was Let's Go Eevee. I'm not 100% sure what I would do in that piece of shit game. but probably something like shiny hunting or trying to beat enough master trainers so that I could challenge Red, because I never actually did that. I thought it was a waste of time. 3. Returning to Legends Arceus and redoing or rematching all of the noble battles, which I notoriously hate. Potentially an early preview of my next series after Pokemon Crystal is done. Although that's lower on the scale because it's probably not something people would want to do. And then the bog standard, just doing shiny hunting and or terror raid battles in Scarlet or Violet, or option Z, which is some combination of all of the torture things. So, we do Brilliant Diamond and Let's Go Eevee and Legends Arceus, and then if there's time afterwards, some shiny hunts or terror raid battles in Scarlet and Violet. That's what I'm thinking for my Labor Day stream, which would be Monday morning, not Monday evening, and I'd still have another stream here that evening because I am fucking insane. I don't know where or when I will put up a vote for this, but there may be a formal vote for this at some point in time. Potentially, like, shiny hunt any Pokemon you intend to challenge the match. I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't actually intend to challenge any of the match. Like, if I stumble across a master trainer, like, okay, there you are, I'ma fight you. But I'm pretty sure the only one that I actually beat was the Eevee one, because you'd be damn hard pressed to lose to that one when you've got, as much as I hate to admit it, when you've got an Eevee as powerful as the demon.
Oh yeah, the partners are nuts.
Severely broken. Like, to be fair, they had to make up for the fact that they took away Eevee's main gimmick from it. Because Eevee is literally the evolution Pokemon. On a
Yeah.
similar note, I think I floated the idea of playing some Pokemon fan-made games on this channel before, and I'm reasonably certain I've thought of what the first fan-made Pokemon game that I'm going to play on this channel is going to be. I thought it was going to be one thing, but I've kind of changed my mind. Because as much as I like Blaze Black and Volt White, they're basically just complete package, but more difficult versions of Black and White.
Yeah.
Which is good. Like, I will probably still play those at some point down the line along with the sequel, but... Oh, I'm not battling all... I think I... How many Master Trainers do I have? I don't know. It's been, like... Whenever the hell I did my last stream of Let's Go Eevee is the last time I even touched that game. I have to figure out where the hell the cartridge is for that. Same thing with Brilliant Diamond, by the way.
6 is how many master trainers you need to beat to fight Red.
6 including the one that I already beat, or 6 total?
6 total.
Actually, that was the same thing. So it's 6, not including the one that I... So, okay, so 6. Fine. So I think I still need to do 5. I don't know where the hell any of them are. I don't give a fuck, but we'll see. Meantime, all of this is besides the point. I suppose I should just finish my thought. I will likely start by playing Pokemon This Gym of Mine as the first fan-made game on this channel, and there's a couple of reasons why. First reason is, despite the story being relatively basic, it's a relatively versatile game because you can literally become a gym leader of any of the 18 types. And the second reason is I know that the developer of the game is currently working on what's called a ranked up, or what he's calling a ranked up version of the game, which is basically rebuilding it from the ground up and adding a fuck ton more content to it to hopefully address some of the things that again, it's a good game overall, but there are aspects of it that are a little meh or could use some improvement. And like I said, the story is kind of basic. So I know that he's working on it. So it'll be one of those things where I hope to do like we'll call it original run of this gym, and then however many, whatever down the road when rank up is finished, hopefully it will be, or if it looks like it's not going to be completed, I'll just play whatever version is out there as far as it goes. But just to kind of show, this was the basic model that it was built on, and here's the new and improved version. Anyway, I've been staring at this screen for how the fuck long have I been streaming? Jesus Christ!
17 minutes!
A new record. Alright, please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... The killer! When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone, and all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Not as bad as the time it took me an hour to do what most could do in 5 minutes. Yes, like I said at the very beginning of this stream, I'll have to do a post-mortem on whether this game took me longer than Ace Attorney 2, because I know that Ace Attorney 2 somehow took me longer than Ace Attorney 1. Anyway, since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Because there can't be such a thing as a strong woman or someone capable of doing that much work that's a woman. Good job, Maya.
Fantastic progressive viewpoint, Maya.
To be fair, she might have been hanging out with Godot too long. Because he seems to have,
also
less than...
an incredibly progressive viewpoint.
Yeah, specifically about women. Anyway, So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think that the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confuse-imagated. ... Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Right. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. All right, you know how this goes. Press
all of the
buttons. What did I get a penalty for last time? Or was it the time before that I got a penalty?
I think you presented something that was technically completely reasonable, but not what they asked for.
No, what I presented was the right thing on the wrong statement. I'm remembering this now. I presented the right thing on what should have been a good statement to present it on, because you needed to get that statement in the first fucking place in order to be able to present that and have it make any goddamn sense. Yeah, no, it's all coming back to me, along with all of the reasons I want to kill Lost as Edgeworth, and why I hate these games. Anyway, press! So, you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been... Oh! That's actually something we never considered. I think Pokey Delta mentioned last time that it would have been Misty Fey's spirit deciding to inhabit Maya's unconscious body, but this kind of makes sense too. Godot wants to protect her, so he probably did just pick her up and carry her into the... But then he might have risked getting blood on her. And he knows he can't see blood. Hence why he literally dug up all around the fucking stone lantern.
Yep, that's probably somewhere around here. Somewhere.
Yeah. So I don't know. Alright, it could only have been the killer.
Dot, dot, dot.
That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Alright, press the button. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yeah, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? Phoenix, that is a stupid-ass question. Like, that is a very, very stupid-ass question. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene? Because there's fucking evidence there. You goober. What an idiot. There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Dot. Dot. I don't know. I was unconscious, you stupid farfel muncher. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. Think I need to gather some more information. Oh, good! So this is one of those things where I have to push all of the buttons and then circle back and press again. Because we fucking love those.
Specific buttons, but yes, generally.
We know how much we love those. Anyway, the torches were lit and the body was gone. Yes, this makes perfect sense. The torches were lit. Yeah, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? A tortured soul, perhaps? Nobody? Come on, that was halfway decent.
I refuse to dignify that.
That was halfway decent.
Let's say a quarter.
Let's say halfway. Alright. The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. This makes perfect sense to me. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving? Phoenix stupidity is why Mia had to die. I mean, Phoenix's stupidity is why everybody's dead. I'm pretty sure we can trace it all back to that. Also, Pokedelta, you may be right, I might have told that particular joke before. It's still not a bad one. Judge, why the fuck do you think the killer would want to go to the effort of moving the body? That's true, it's hard to see how that would be... Phoenix, what the fuck do you mean, how that would be of any advantage to the killer? You are such a goddamn moron. You are such a goddamn moron. Like, that's like... Change... Especially if the bridge is on fire. Which I'm pretty sure the killer would have known about by the time he moved Maya in to the inner temple and committed the murder and started cleaning up. Like, moving that body across the bridge basically means that anybody on his side of the bridge would basically not be a suspect because they had no way to commit the murder and get back to the side of the bridge they were on. The only one that would gain anything from that would be... the only person that... What? No, obviously someone else was at the Phoenix, you fucking moron! Somebody else was also at the inner temple. Somebody else was very clearly also at the inner temple, because that's where the killer was.
Oh yes, good. Phoenix is finally catching up to why are you being stupid.
Yeah, well, he's not going to ever catch up to Lost as Edgeworth, mind you, but the count is going up. ... Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Okay, yeah. So this is not a new statement, so let's poketh. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. Yeah, but we know that women like Lana Skye and Angel Star are much stronger than you, little goblin. Like, Lana Skye was able to kick down an oil drum full of water. Angel Star was able to vault over a 7-8 foot tall fence. So none of the... Well, okay, neither of those women existed at this point in time, but, like, none of this conclusively proves anything about the killer being a man. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take because there was blood in it? Do I need to add a times me wants to kill judge counter on here? No. Because that would probably eclipse even Lost as Edgeworth, considering how stupid the judges in these... Well, I mean, yeah, I can say judges at this point, but considering how stupid this judge in particular has been for 3 fucking games now... Well, there's one thing I can... Oh, good! Phoenix is thinking again. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed into onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. So how was there not blood all over you? In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow, probably by throwing it in the incinerator. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. Yes, there was. He couldn't see the blood. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. This literally explains nothing, but I'm going to press again. But yeah, not only should Maya be covered in blood if she's telling the truth, Godot being the one who carried her into the inner temple makes no sense if she's telling the truth, because he wouldn't... Okay, is it specifically read on white that he can't see? Or is it red in general that he can't see? Because Maya's...
I know the answer, but I think that's clarified later in the case.
Yeah, Maya's clothes aren't white, so maybe if he can see red on white specifically, maybe he could see it on... Because he sort of saw something on the knife tip, or the dagger tip. Although that might have been more brown, or like rust-colored, than bright red at that point in time, because the blood had dried up or something. Anyway, press this button because it makes none sense. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Only because physics. Since when do physics apply in this game? And I ask that in light of the fact that Phoenix fell off, what was it, 50 feet to his doom from a burning bridge into a freezing river. Okay, not literally freezing, but ice-cold water that the only reason that it doesn't freeze is because it's so damn fast. And all he caught was a cold instead of any broken bones whatsoever. I don't think physics applies to this universe. ... Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene, but for what purpose? Why do all of that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Or maybe you should be able to put 2 plus 2 together and get fish, you fucking moron. Alright, so we gotta press everything again, or is there... Because I don't think that there's any more...
You press specifically statement 2.
That's what I thought, because that's the one that we had to come back and... Press again! Physics doesn't apply to Phoenix. See, you wonder why I keep having to jump off cliffs in games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because sometimes physics, and therefore gravity, doesn't apply to the main character. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Okay, so we're doing this again? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. ... The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? No, this makes none sense. Everyone knew that I was the only one at the Inner Temple that... No, literally nobody knew that. Literally nobody. First of all, Iris was supposed to be there. Second of all, people would have figured out at some point that Pearl was there too. Not that you can accuse Pearl of murder, although, to be fair, if the plan had gone the way as it was intended, Pearl would have committed the murder. Bikini was also supposed to be on that side of the temple. There were supposed to be more people on that side of the temple than not on that side of the temple.
Well, yeah, but once things come out like, oh, Bikini left, Iris never actually went there, it starts getting more and more sus.
I mean, fair, But Bikini still saw Iris on that side of the mountain. So the fact that Iris was back was, I don't know, but whatever. Pearl, no, not murderers, plural. Morgan had no clue that Misty was going to be at Hazakura Temple. I'm pretty sure that's the case because Dahlia never said kill Misty Fey. She was just talking about killing Maya. And in point of fact, she said that killing Misty meant that the plan failed, but somehow still succeeded. Morgan had no way of anticipating, I think, where Misty was going to be. So she was targeting Maya, who she knew where Maya was going to be because she manipulated Pearl into recommending Hazakura Temple, blah, 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 blah. We know this from the letter. Anyway, everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And in point of fact, even after the killer cleaned up, she still would have thought so because it said Maya in blood on the lantern, the stone lantern. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Did a piss poor job of it, but yes. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. And I'm guessing, after I press on it, that what I'm supposed to present is the stone lantern with Maya written on it. I know Morgan doesn't have that much patience, but it's not like Morgan had any idea where Misty was. There's no choice but to wait those 3 more years. If you don't know where your target is, Misty had been hiding for 17 years. 17? Yeah, 17 years. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. Bresh! They did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that had happened, the body would have caused some other problems, too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurain killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? ... You always protect the little goblins. Always! Anyway, going back to that statement, and we're going to present a stone torch. Which conveniently is the last piece of evidence, which meant all I had to do was hit the left arrow, and here I am. Yeah, it's gotta be the stone lantern. Objection! Oh, hey, this is not generic dialogue, so I'm guessing I was right. The body of Elise Dunim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonably believed that all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd, specifically because it's one matter and not two. Because one is in fact odd, whereas two would be even.
Oh, and what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written on blood on the lantern. Oh, or are you still pretending that that doesn't exist? ...
Exclamation!
It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Aha! You're right. Phoenix Wright. Or Phoenix Noodleman, I haven't figured out which yet. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Yes, but what we can say now is the killer was probably trying to save his own ass, because he realized at some point when we crossed over to that side of the mountain, we'd figure out that there was someone other than Maya there. Namely, a guy stomping around very cranky because he hadn't had his coffee. I got it, LG. I figured out
the case.
I figured out why Godot surpassed his 17-cup limit this time. It's because he didn't have any yesterday. He was stuck on the inner temple side of the mountain with no fucking coffee, and he was almost dead.
He's in withdrawals.
Massive. That explains his poor behavior when he met Franziska. Cranky from a lack of coffee.
See, he's actually a super cool guy. He was just grumpy.
Yes. Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
Here's
but
22.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
He couldn't see it. He couldn't see it, Phoenix. And there's one guy we know what couldn't see that exact message, and he's standing right across from you in the courtroom. You moron. You absolute shit for brains. You absolute...
Question, is that Spear Goblin Knows Best still locked in the chamber?
No, but, well, I literally did not actually stream last, Wednesday, so yes.
Oh, alright then.
But it is a fact
because,
that... Uh-oh.
I'm going to use it here to make you take that.
Well, shit. I get another penalty. But it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Jesus fuck, that is not a small penalty. Alright. The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya, or the killer... Well, obviously, the killer didn't notice it as the correct answer. Do you have a preference?
The killer themselves wrote it.
Alright. The killer wrote it. There's only one reason, and it's easier to spot than...
say the line, me.
I did, but not before adding a couple of nines to Noodleman. There's only one reason, and it's easier to spot than Sister Bikini in a bikini. And there's only two people that I want to see in bikinis, one of whom is a dead spirit that we were recommended not to ever channel again. Anyway, it's because the killer is the one who wrote it. Dot 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 dot.
Dot 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 dot.
Huh? Is the judge, like, why are people dismissing this outright? It's theoretically possible? Anyway, too bad, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, don't you remember that, don't you remember the testimony of that rather beautiful woman?
Yeah, sure, that's what it says.
I think I was stabbed. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. We can't trust a thing that person said, beautiful or not. She's malicious. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on Maya. Judge got her. Yes, Judge got her number when he called her beautiful. Exactly. Dot dot dot. Oh, yeah. She did say that, didn't she?
You and Dahlia. I'm not sure which one of you is more pathetic.
That does it. You have to die. Not for insulting Phoenix, because Phoenix is a dummy. But for insulting Dahlia. In fact, I'm going to channel Dahlia right now so she can kill you again. And do it properly this time. And there's the penalty. I've got to recall everything I've seen and heard up to this point. To be fair, it's been, what, a week? And I've been sick? Of course the answer is there somewhere, and we'll get it right this time. And the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as bad at impressions as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. Maya, you should know by now. There's no such thing as a normal person in the Ace Attorney universe. Also, we all... Well... Okay, I can actually forgive Maya for not knowing this, because Dahlia was still possessing her when this fact came to light, as it were. There is one person literally in this room who we know didn't see that until, well, he still literally doesn't see it. Also, Pokey Delta, there are far worse people out there to copy than Ron Delight. He's a good guy. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who would dare give me the raspberry. Lone Star. Wait, wrong franchise. Sorry. There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Profiles. Well, it's the only man not accounted for during the first day of the trial. And the one who we know didn't see this earlier, Godot. Mr. Godot. This is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? He's just going to say that that's hearsay again, just like any conversation happened outside of the courtroom. ... This lantern was submitted as evidence today, by you, I might point out. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Well, why? It's written in blood.
Nonsense! This lantern, it's clean as a whistle!
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? So he can't see red at all. Which means there is no logical explanation for why, if he was the one who carried Maya back to the Inner Temple, she isn't covered in blood.
Advance the text, and see what a fool you are.
Alright, I advanced the text twice. You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right.
Spell it out, right here.
Yeah, I suppose it did. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Bien.
This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that smeared all over the apron. Yes, the third case of this game was actually critically important because it established this one fact.
That's ridiculous! Nobody told me anything about a bloodstain!
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Well, here's 23.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
Because you're technically half dead? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
Is there such a thing as red tea?
I have no idea.
I mean, I know that if you take green tea and you put in pomegranate flavoring, it becomes like a reddish color, maybe. But that's still technically green tea. Unless you're specifically talking about tea that's just red color, in which case the pomegranate green tea would suffice, but... Speaking of tea, I might have to go get some more. Does this sound like a good idea?
Well, I suppose if you're running low.
I'm out. I literally just finished it. I will return shortly. Enjoy the court people talking in the background. Alright, I'm back. I ran into my lovely wife in the kitchen again. Speaking of, did I say what she did for me last week? I don't think I did.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
No, you're thinking when I got back from Grand Rapids and she bought me cookies, which was wonderful. I'm talking about last week. So, I got sick, right? I mean, you know, last week I was starting to have some issues with my throat during the stream and kind of just went downhill very quickly on Tuesday. Wednesday, I spent like the whole frickin' day in my room, and that's the day my wife goes grocery shopping. So I sent her, as part of the list, I sent her herbal tea lots, because I was almost out of tea, which was bad, and she came back with like armloads worth of boxes of herbal tea. Good stuff, too. Like, I know I said lots, I did not expect that much. It is good tea, too. It really is. Like, I switched from a honey and ginger tea to now a cinnamon spice tea. Anyway, I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the moiterer. But there's no going back now. I finally... Good! Phoenix has finally caught up to where I've been from the instant that I saw that murder scene. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot. The defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Ms. Elise Dunim, also known as Ms. Misty... you should reverse that. It should be, you are the murderer of Ms. Misty Fey, also known as Ms. Elise Dunim. But sure, whatever. Also, presumably she was married at... Well, okay, technically you can have kids outside of wedlock, but I can't necessarily see a family as traditional as the Feys having kids outside of wedlock. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it's also a matrilineal family, so theoretically the husband would take the wife's name, or the kids would get the wife's name. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. I mean, can he? I don't think he can claim self-defense, given the facts that we know on the ground right now. He can claim he was protecting someone else. Right? He was killing someone who was about to kill another individual. That's not self-defense, but that is defense of others, which is, I mean, again, it's still probably some kind of guilty whatever in this bullshit of a court system, because even self-defense is considered guilty in this, as we found out from Case 2-2, which was Franziska's first case. But also, Phoenix finally catching up to me means I'm going to knock away a 9 from his count. Like I said, he's never going to make it as high as Lost as Edgeworth. There's no way.
It just won't happen.
No. Lost as Edgeworth's just... I could kill him and get away scot-free because nobody would blame me for killing him. Anyway, once again, Mr. Wright has pointed out a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Graham. corpse. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? ...
exclamation mark.
Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection! Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
No, the lanterns were fucking on. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. But I mean, the real reason he didn't want Mia in the courtroom is because... Well, okay, I don't know if he doesn't want her in the courtroom because he doesn't want to get caught. I think he still is pissed off at Phoenix and knows that Mia figured out basically instantly who... I mean, to be fair, Mia figured out pretty much fucking instantly who killed her mother. And is still willing to go along with his bullshit and not help Phoenix solve the death of her own mother. If I was Misty Fey, I'd be pissed at her when I saw her in the afterlife. To be fair, this is Godot's way of testing Phoenix, because Godot said it himself. He doesn't think much of Phoenix as a lawyer. Phoenix flies by the seat of his pants, has a bunch of lucky breaks, and gets his ass bailed out by a beautiful woman literally every single case. He wants Phoenix... I mean, I don't know if he actually wants Phoenix to prove himself, or if he doesn't want to get caught and thinks that by just having Phoenix in the courtroom, he stands a good chance of getting away with it, as it were. But anyway, Pokey Delta, if there's one thing I know about the Ace Attorney universe, it's that it's definitely not British law. It's decidedly not the British law system. Unless you guys also have a pleading the fifth. Which I don't think you do, because I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want to copy the US Constitution. For some reason. I'm pretty sure this isn't Australian law either. Of course, it's not actually US law, because if this was a US court, basically all of the shit Lost Zedgeworth tries to do would have gotten him disbarred. And there's... I mean, there's more than enough reasonable doubt at this point for Iris to not be found guilty. And remember that this is still technically the trial of Iris, not Maya. Okay, but Pokedelta, that's still different from pleading the fifth. The exact term plead the fifth was used in case 2-4 of Ace Attorney. So, even if you have an equivalent right, you wouldn't say pleading the fifth when you were evoking that right. Invoking? Is it evoke or invoke? Or could both apply?
I think it's invoke.
Then what is evoke?
Evoke is to recall something.
Alright. Well, you can remember that you have that right and then invoke it. There, I was technically right on both counts. There we go. Anyway, the torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. ... It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Hold it! Wait just a minute. Little goblin not done speaking. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot, he isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection! Maya. ...
Exclamation mark.
You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Slams hand down. Whoa!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow.
You senile old man.
I have to agree with Godot on this.
We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
The cutie. Oh, that's right. She was cute. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. ... Maya, what trouble are you trying to get yourself into this time, little goblin? Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. It's not like we'd be able to anyway. Little goblins have a way of talking, whether you want them to or not.
Nicely done, Trite.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too. Okay, so... I mean, it does in fact seem like Godot is willing to let Iris or Maya take the... Well, okay, at this point we'd pretty fucking clearly established that Iris wasn't the murderer, was in fact an accomplice to, an accomplice to the murderer after the fact. Which again means that this trial should be over by U.S. law standards. But it isn't, because bullshit and nonsense. Which is basically how the Ace Attorney universe works. And speaking of bullshit and nonsense, I sense a bot. Well, would you look at that. Bot deleted. Alrighty, let's carry on then. After the incident, Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find any. How do you know this? Godot is right. You literally can't testify to any of this. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fey. You may recognize her as the one who was channeling Mia Fey earlier. So when did you hear about this? Good question. Oh, just a while ago, while I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Yes, this makes sense. We established last time that it's hearsay. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. If this wasn't the last episode of the trilogy, that probably would be the thumbnail. But I suspect that there's going to be something far better coming. But that's iconic Maya right there. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Because you stand to fucking gain from believing the witness. Like, honestly, at this point in time, he needs to be removed as the prosecutor and put Franziska back because he is under suspicion. Like, how convenient for you. You believe the witness and have no objection when it clears your own fucking name.
It's not a conflict of interest if committing someone else is what the prosecution wants anyway.
Saving your own ass is always a conflict of interest. If you are a suspect, and there is damn good reason why you are a suspect, you must be removed as the prosecutor. There is one good prosecutor who no longer has something to do at Hazakura's inner temple because Maya is here. I know, PokeDelta. I'm trying to make sense and actually use legal theory in an Ace Attorney game. How stupid of me. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to point out when bullshit like this happens. Like, this is the most what's the word I'm looking for? It's not self-centered. It's just, it's self-serving, that's it. This is the most self-serving thing you can possibly do right now. Because, again, you were the one, by the way, who pointed out that Nick's conversation with Iris outside of the courtroom was hearsay. And that it's inadmissible in the court. And yet here, this conversation Maya had with Pearls is not hearsay. It's perfectly believable. No, I'm sorry. You can't have this fucking double standard.
I have had my cake, and now I shall eat it.
You're not allowed to have cake unless it's coffee cake.
Who says it ain't?
I say it ain't. It's peanut butter cake. And it's mine, and you can't have it. Mr. Godot.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections.
I objected about 50 bajillion fucking times! The game probably won't let me object. So fine, let's get this fucking over with. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright, all of the objections, Your Honor. No, let's not get this cross-examination started. Let's just get this goddamn cross-examination over with. ... But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to still press all of the fucking buttons, because I am insane. Press! So, where do you think that Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she actually headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, looking just as cute and sweet and innocent as ever. Possessing the body of Misty Fey. Press. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearls gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side has two structures. The Temple Hall and the Training Hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? ... Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone might have been hiding in the storage shack. Okay, press. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl. All alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern.
What, Dahlia Hawthorne?
Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock.
Yeah, that's not a friend. Actually, I tell you what, it would have been really, really fucking funny if Dahlia had managed to, like, well, okay, I don't think it would have been really, really fucking funny, but it would have been a hell of a moment if Dahlia worked her way out of the Sacred Cavern and happened to bump into Pearl and be like, did a double take moment, like, what the fuck, I thought she was channeling me. Then she probably would have figured out who was channeling her and stabbed Maya, so not that funny, but... And yes, Pokey Delta, Pearl being scared is entirely Morgan's fault. This whole fucking plan is Morgan's fault. It's not Dahlia's fault. Dahlia was gonna fucking die no matter what. It's Morgan's fault. Entirely. The redhead is innocent this time.
She still conspired to commit murder.
That's not... That's hardly being guilty of anything that actually matters. I mean, hell, she didn't even kill anybody this time.
That's true. And we all know that the only crimes worth prosecuting in this world are murder and larceny that one time.
Yeah, for some reason, that one-time larceny. I still haven't figured it out. Anyway, she couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
Uh-huh. Hold it. So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, eh, Mr. Godot?
That's funny. Am I imagining things? Or did the defense ask me a question?
I asked you a question. Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. Why the fuck can't I ask him a question? Since when am I forbidden from asking the prosecutor questions? Also fair, Pokey Delta. Morgan did keep Pearl so close that Pearl is dependent on, I mean, maybe not specifically Morgan, but having someone else there that she can't function properly on her own. Which, again, makes me wonder what the fuck is happening in Kurain Village right now? Who's leading training? And I mean, I guess technically we know Maya is living back at Kurain Village now, because she basically, like, commutes into Nick's office or whatever. But that's like a 2-hour train ride every day, and that's just like, as someone who has about an hour commute to and from work, like an hour to work, an hour, a 2-hour commute would be absolutely miserable. What you heard from someone else is what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be the judge, not Godot. But anyway. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Aha!
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So he had never visited the Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
You want to say something, Trey?
So is there evidence that he had? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Well, I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with you. Is there evidence that he'd been there before? I don't think so. I still like that Larry's sketch is described as horrible. I mean, the dagger is evidence that he was there, because I'm pretty sure the blood, like, now that it specifically says the blood doesn't match the victims, I am 95% certain it's Godot's blood. But alright, I don't think I have evidence that he has been there before, so very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot. Fresh. Hold it. He cheered her up? That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice, older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out. You're making me blush.
You couldn't see the red anyway. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions Phoenix style. Not gonna forget it, but I'm trying to think. I think we're supposed to think that Godot's investigation is the correct thing. So I think cheering Pearls up is actually what's gonna progress the story. I want to go with Godot's investigation first, but Godot is always rude to Franziska. He owes her an apology. I don't want to leave any dialogue unchecked. But I'm gonna go with Godot's investigation first. I feel like it's a red herring.
Godot's investigation.
You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trey. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
But I didn't miss that! Speak for your own self, Goggles!
The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Franziska?
Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? Hello, KR! This big-headed dog on this horse doesn't want to stay in it. Well, tell the fucking big-headed dog to get off the horse and let the horse be free. The big-headed stupid thing on the horse doesn't deserve to be on the horse. I assume you're referring to the jackalope Calyrax. And I don't care whether it's Glastria or Spectrier, although specifically if it's Spectrier, get that fucking jackalope as far away from her as possible. Spectrier is precious and doesn't need that stupid thing on her. Glastria is kind of ugly. I admit that, but Spectrier is cute. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? But how did he know it was Misty Fey? I don't think he was describing I don't think he was describing the gravy. Well, okay, maybe he was. But I think he just screwed himself over because there's no way to tell who was on this thing unless he'd been there before to see it, or you knew the symbol of the master. So from there you headed for the prep room. Enjoyed this rant. Good. I enjoy ranting even if I have to take breaks for coughing fits. Wait a sec. What? See? Phoenix is catching up. What did Godot say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? Committing the murder! He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise. No shit. Also, he couldn't have killed Misty Fey. Okay, so I was right. Godot's investigation was a red herring, because I can't present the piece of evidence on his statement, so I have to...
Well, no, Godot's investigation was mandatory, because otherwise you wouldn't have the rope to hang him with. He wouldn't have said anything, and you wouldn't have the evidence.
So, was... It was cheering Pearls up? The red herring, then?
Yeah. Yeah, that one is completely perfunctory to the whole process.
Okay. But where am I supposed to... Because this is all the same. Ask some questions Phoenix style. So let's go cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up?
I found that little girl. The first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearly.
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup, with milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
Doesn't that go against literally everything you believe in? Also, where the fuck did you even get the milk and sugar? What a sweet story, Sniffle. He had a thermos of coffee. Okay, this doesn't surprise me. What surprises me is that he happened to have milk and sugar on him when he literally doesn't believe in either of those things. Also, that does explain why he's not actually dead, because I do feel like if he had to wait for like 2 days with literally no coffee, he would have died. So at least he had a thermos. Maybe a few thermoses. But he was still severely caffeine deficient when he ran into Franziska and was a cranky guy in withdrawal. Anyway, why doesn't that surprise me? The one thing of any importance here, that's fine. So, alright, I have to present on one of the statements. Which one?
Yeah. Well, what are you trying to contradict?
The fact that he shouldn't know whose picture was on that gravy-stained scroll. Oh, yeah, that's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. Present the hanging scroll. Adoy. I need to actually read. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Dot dot dot.
Well, Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. A hanging scroll? But... Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that? Okay, so I presented the actual hanging scroll, or the judge can smell photos. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Don't be stupid! Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Except he's gonna go about and say, "Hold it! Well, wait a minute, Nick." Yes? Take another look. She's going to point out that the symbol of the master is above that. As long as you know who that is, you should know who's depicted on it, right? Take another look at that hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there, or any of the previous masters of the Hazakura, or of the Kurain Temple. I mean, that is the other thing, Pokey Delta. The gravy probably would have spoiled by now, except technically it was in below freezing temperatures, so maybe not, because that's probably better than refrigeration. Also, I think we established from case 2-4 that food does not spoil in the Ace Attorney universe, considering all the shit left out after Juan Tequila was murdered and none of the food spoiled. I don't know, Pokey Delta. I really don't. Like, they're also very unclear at times as to whether the actual thing is being presented or whether a picture of the thing is being presented. I mean, in this case, it's pretty obvious that the actual thing is being presented. Otherwise, the judge wouldn't be able to smell the gravy, but...
Well, maybe he can smell pictures. We can't prove that he can't.
It's possible. Anyway, true, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. 25.
Can I ask you one little thing, Trey?
No, but you're going to anyway.
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption.
That you're guilty,
that
yes.
That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
Makes sense to me. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. ... course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? This would be the fact that we reveal that the envelope for the burnt letter had been opened once before, isn't it? I mean, theoretically it's possible he's seen a copy or photo of the Hanging Scroll, but, well, it's not necessarily unlikely, considering the fact that he was dating Mia, who was Misty's daughter. Maybe she had a replica scroll somewhere. Hell, if I was Godot, that's the thing I would have gone with, but sure. Anyway, burnt letter, orders from Morgan Fey opened once before. We present this now. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fey authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fey Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
No, I insist that it's Godot, it's not me. Although that's lowercase m, lowercase e, so I'll let you get away with it. But thinking about it, yeah, you're literally the only one it could be. Again, we already have the evidence of you needing to clean up all that snow because you couldn't see blood in it. You missed the red on the lantern for the same reason. You could argue that you weren't the one that opened the letter because I have no direct proof that it was you. But the letter was hidden and there's only 3 people, 2 people. No, 3 people. I was right the first time. 3 people who would know where it is. One was Morgan herself, who hid it. 2 was Pearl, who she spoke to about where she hid it. And 3 is whoever found and opened it in the first place. Now, who could that have possibly been? Well, Mr. Prosecutor, who potentially has access to all of the rooms where prisoners have conversations, or where incarcerated or detained individuals have conversations with their loved ones or attorneys, as we found out in Case 2-2. Prosecutors have access to those rooms, and even though it's technically illegal, can snoop on those conversations. And we found this out when someone took a picture right behind Phoenix as Maya was channeling Mia, and Phoenix was too stupid to notice that someone was there. Fucking Phoenix being a moron. You bet I do.
But you just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? This is going exactly where I thought it was, isn't it? During a visit. I was right again.
Yep.
A visit. Morgan Fey told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit to the detention center is something that's possible for a prosecutor to do. Again, see Case 2-2. Not legal, strictly speaking, but it's something they abso-fucking-lutely they can do. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Someone like a prosecutor, for example, like you, Mr. Godot. ...
Exclamation.
Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you're literally one of the only fucking people who could have had that prior knowledge. Okay, so Morgan was arrested long after Dahlia was convicted. And maybe she didn't specify exactly when the instruction, but like, she had the plan in the back of her mind after Dahlia was convicted of murder, because she knew Dahlia was going. So it's possible, like, Morgan is, for all her flaws, and she's got a fuck ton of flaws, Morgan is smart and motivated and determined by one thing and one thing alone. It's possible that when she made the Faustian Pact with Meanie, she knew that something could possibly go wrong and that she could end up in the slammer as a result. So she devised this contingency plan just in case the original plan, which had her hand directly in it, came to light. Again, so she doesn't necessarily know exactly when Dahlia is going to, but by that point in time she would know Dahlia was on death row and not likely to get off it, even after appeals. So she could easily write up. Now, she was still assuming that Dahlia would be cooperative, which, given how much of a pain and a self-centered bitch Dahlia is, was a bit of a stretch. Shit, I just said something bad about Dahlia, didn't I?
Yeah.
I can fix her. Anyway, but also it would fit Dahlia's motives, because Mia Fey was also dead by then, too. So, Morgan knew how to manipulate Dahlia. Morgan knew that Dahlia was in the slammer, so she didn't reveal the existence of the plans until after Dahlia died. But there was no specific time that this plan had to happen. Like, literally none. And in point of fact, the closer to when the Master was, I mean, presumably sometime within the 4 years remaining until Mastership went to Maya. But even if the Mastership had gone to Maya, killing Maya would have reverted it to Pearl anyway. Doesn't really matter, but... theoretically, there was... well, again, if Morgan devised this plan at the time that she made the Faustian bargain with Eenie Meenie, or Mimi Meenie, she obviously would have known that Dahlia wasn't dead by then. Because presumably a mother would have been told about when her child's execution had happened, if it had already happened. So the two things that she knew for a fact at that point in time was that Dahlia was convicted of murder and was going to be executed, but that she hadn't already been executed. So in that particular case, if shit went, so first of all, if shit worked out and Maya was convicted of killing Turner Gray, good, no need for a contingency plan, everything reverts. Well, Misty Fey remains the master for 4 more years. Dahlia mouthed off at the wrong inmate. Dahlia is more likely to kill other inmates than to be killed by other inmates. Also, even then, presumably, a mother would be told if her daughter had died in jail.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it has been established by this point that it was a execution.
Yes. Well, I mean, it has been
established, but... she was hanged.
Right. We know this, but... What Pokey Delta's trying to argue is that at the time when Morgan could have made this plan, she didn't know that Dahlia was still alive. Or potentially when Dahlia was going to die. So when Dahlia was going to die didn't matter. The plan could be on hold or in stasis for however the fuck long it took. But... 5 years for a turn, whatever. I guess that seems like a standard around here. Although Manfred died much sooner than that. Maybe it's because that particular case was already 15 years old and reaching the end of its statute of limitations, so they had to basically, do it. And he probably just forfeited his right to appeals and all that just to get it over with. Because despite him throwing the temper tantrum at the end of case 1-4, after he had his breakdown, he was like, yeah, Judge, just do what you gotta do. I lost. But I don't see it as unreasonable that Morgan would have known both that Dahlia was in jail and scheduled to be executed, but had not already been executed or otherwise killed. Anyway, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Losses Edgeworth was out of the country. Franziska von Karma was out of the country. And Winston Payne, nobody thinks about him. Jesus, he's burning through these cups of coffee again.
Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. ...
Speak English, boy. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime.
Makes sense.
After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur.
Sure.
Then, he ultimately took a person's life.
Yep.
And he did all of that just to protect this witness.
Makes perfect sense to me, Diego.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue with a damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Yet no shit, Godot's pants are on fire. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, this behavior is still a little too unnatural. Yeah, very clingy and obsessive. Objection! However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Diego? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. Dot 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 dot. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? From basically the moment I saw him, yes? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Diego. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's
Well,
hear
you're
it.
certainly not eyes. Sorry, that was a little cruel. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. But what's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties... Jesus, fuck, that is a big penalty. But that's obviously Mia Fey. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. ... exclamation mark. Boy, I thought Nick was too stupid to think of this, or to put two and two together and get fish.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Well, wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honors-piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Godot, and he's been nothing but Godot this whole game, right? Now, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
Last time somebody called me by that name
They tried to kill you?
was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. I mean, yes, big penalty because you've been hit over the head with an answer. That's very true. Mia Fey's first time in court. A tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a adorable and very innocent, cute redhead who was not wearing any disguises at all and was exactly as she appeared to be. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise because it didn't exist. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Uh-oh. ...
Mia, you can't cry yet.
You have a present from Pokey Delta.
Oh, I see.
The only time a lawyer can cry is when he's been forced to remove his glasses.
You don't have glasses, so I assume you're referring to me. Alright, let's carry on, although let me finish my tea before I get too involved in this. I have to lean over and might accidentally scald myself. Give me a sec. Alright, now let's put that over there. And lean in close. Carry on, I believe. I think that's your line, LG.
It is, yes.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then, one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me.
Oh, so
It had been
she was
6
the one
months.
who called the meeting.
It had been 6 months since the trial.
Did
We
something
met
get
in the
redeemed?
courthouse cafeteria.
I see gray squiggle.
Yes, KR has redeemed another glasses.
Okay, so I guess that goes for 10 minutes, not just 5. Which is fair, because I think I usually keep them off for a lot longer than that. Alright, sorry, I just saw what looked like grayed out squiggles, and I know I didn't delete anything, so I thought that was a redemption.
Nah, yep.
So, okay, good.
Yep, all good.
Alright.
It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Duh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse. You were poisoned!
Even I didn't see it coming.
I think
Dahlia
that was another
Hawthorne
coffee
slipped-
animation.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Yep, that was another coffee.
I saw something sliding. I can't see perfectly, but I can see motion.
Yeah, it was a coffee animation. I caught it.
Yeah.
Even I didn't see it coming.
Well, I don't see anything coming
Dahlia
right now.
Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. Hang on a tick. Leaning that close to the computer gets my nose to start running. Anyway,
Yep.
but you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's number did a real That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous
I was
system.
gonna say, I can't actually see the text, but I don't think that's what it actually said.
Yeah.
I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
Well, I don't have my sight right now, so I sympathize. That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then, one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
Why does this not surprise me? Though you'd think that if all it took was the smell of a cup of coffee to get him up, that could have happened significantly sooner. I mean, I'm guessing that the caffeine in his bloodstream had to actually cycle out and destroy all the remaining traces of that poison. But I'm pretty sure it is exactly like I said in the second case No, in the first case of this game. Because the first case of this game established that the poison used on Godot was incredibly lethal.
Yeah.
So he should be dead, so the fact that he's got coffee, not blood, in his bloodstream saved his life.
Yeah. Quite possibly.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. For 5 years?
I still had a...
You were asleep
I
for
still
5
had a
years?
little... Sorry. Yeah, I still had a little blood in my coffee stream, so it took me out for a while.
That makes sense.
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead.
Gasp! What a spoiler!
From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
Okay. The woman you loathed?
The woman who spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne.
This makes sense.
Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live.
Revenge
And it
protecting
was
Maya.
And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
I already said this, but sure, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
Well, it couldn't have been revenge because Dahlia was already sentenced to death.
Nah, revenge is as good a motive as any. But take what I said as my line.
Yeah. If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died. Much less the way that she did.
Okay. And?
You were the only one that was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that at all.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Maya.
1
year ago.
Who?
Mia! Not saving Mia!
So I've made the same mistake myself.
1 year ago, when the Curain Village incident was resolved.
By me, I might point out.
It was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something.
Doesn't take a genius
Whatever
to
her
figure
evil
that out.
plan was. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it.
But
My
you
goal
didn't
was
have any
to
aluminum?
My goal was to outwit the plan. If I thought I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
I hate to admit it, but that does make sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of my plan was drawing near.
Your plan?
Contact
Your plan?
my... Well, yes, she had a plan, I had a plan, there were plans, one of them was mine.
Was one of them mine?
No, you're too stupid for that, I'm afraid.
I'd argue, but I feel like you're right. Carry on.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Okay, I'm guessing that says accomplices.
Yeah. Iris of Hazakura Temple, and Misty Fey.
How the fuck did you know where to find Misty Fey? Like, this is a question that I still have. Because my working theory, my working theory of how Godot and Misty both cottoned onto this plan to begin with, was that Godot had overheard them talking about the plan at the detention center, and Misty happened to stumble across the letter while randomly visiting Fey Manor, just to see how her daughter was doing or whatever. And she found where Morgan had hidden, because presumably Morgan wouldn't have assumed that Misty would come back, like, at all. But now that Morgan was gone, and all that shit had gone, like, that was originally and then somehow they ended up working together. Well, okay, technically I don't know if Misty Fey was I think Misty and Godot had different plans, or I thought Misty and Godot had different plans. And Misty was just kind of looking to intercept Pearl and prevent her from even going through it in the first place, while Godot was basically keeping a direct eye on Maya just in case something happened. So, like, two things, and then Godot happened to witness Dahlia and thought, oh shit. But then, I don't know if he would have known that it was Misty. I don't, like, if he had potentially thought that it might, maybe he wasn't thinking. Maybe he just saw Dahlia's face and was like, must stab. Without really, because he must have known she was dead. And then he still obviously had his phone, so he called, but like, okay, it was obvious to me that Godot and Iris were working together. I guess now this does kind of, I suppose it makes a little more sense that Misty wasn't also working towards the same goal from a different angle. But still, how the fuck did he know where Misty was? She was hiding for 17 years. Let me guess. Advance the text.
Would you let me finish?
No.
I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
Are you fucking kidding me? You really were going to leave her in the goddamn lurch. You asshole! You asshole! Sorry, I got so pissed that got me into a coughing fit. Has it been 10 minutes yet?
Yeah, it has.
Okay. Remember, I can't actually read my watch while my glasses are off. I agree with you, Pokédelt. Like, I thought Godot was a badass. But no, he's a jackass. Not as big of a jackass as Lost as Edgeworth. But what the hell's the matter with this guy? And what did Mia see in him? But how did you contact my mother? She'd been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean, officially? Whose fish are we talking about here?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurain had great authority. Though after
Even
the
without-
DL6 incident, I would wager that that authority was gone, but sure.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on our movements all this time.
Bullshit!
That's how I was able. That's how I
Excuse
was
me.
able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
Bullshit! Sorry, I'm still sick.
Yeah, fair enough. I understand.
So, my mother was cooperating with you, and you killed her, you jackass?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it.
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary.
But it wasn't Morgan Fey. She would be stabbing Pearl Fey.
Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
You mean, like, who did she intend to use that staff on?
Shall we continue the the conversation? I'm sure this will
Okay.
be explained.
Mother.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Fair enough. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Yeah, originally she was trying to distract Pearl and get her to spend the night with her and read books. Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought that if we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body,
What? What do you mean? If she channeled that's my line.
Oh, sorry, that was you. No. It was, yes.
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. ... exclamation mark.
As Master of Curain, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to.
This answers my question from last week. It's not necessarily a matter of whether or not person X is more powerful than person Y. It's if person X is master of Curain, their power is absolute. Which is to say, if that person is channeling someone, no one else can. So this satisfies the contradiction that I spotted, which was to say that Maya was able to channel Mia away from Pearls during case 2-4. Neither of them were the master at the time. But when Misty channeled Dahlia, Misty was the master. So Pearl couldn't summon her then. And then when Maya summoned Dahlia, or channeled Dahlia, Misty was dead, so Maya was, and still is, the master. This explains everything and nothing at all.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What? Is this true? We know that Misty Fey was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne, yes. Dahlia herself confirmed this.
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the Inner Temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney.
Really? He's actually admitting that.
But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? Yeah, technically speaking, all we have is that Godot was there. And all we have is that he cleaned up after the murderer, not that he was the murderer. But if we think about this for like 2 fucking seconds, there's nobody else who could have been the murderer. Maya was out cold. Dahlia even admitted that. Misty was, well, obviously didn't kill herself, because stab wound to the back and all that. Pearl didn't do it. So, okay, fine. Strictly speaking, we don't know that Pearl didn't do it. So it's basically either Godot or Pearl at this point as the possible suspects, because there was nobody else on that side of the mountain. So now Godot's going to let a 9-year-old take the fall. It wasn't bad enough that he wanted Iris to take the fall for him. Now he wants a 9-year-old to take the fall for him? Fucking Christ, man. I have never had someone start where I had such a high opinion of it, and then it just came crashing down to the ground. There are only 2 possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot. I mean, technically, Pearl
Well-
doesn't have the stomach or mentality to kill, but it's still theoretically, like, if they were going to accuse little Meters Edgeworth of committing murder at the age of 8, Pearl is technically a suspect. So if they're saying that Maya's a suspect, Godot's a suspect, strictly speaking, Pearl should also theoretically be one. Either way, if Godot is actually looking to protect Maya, he should confess right here and now.
I mean, I do get the feeling that if it came down to the fact that Phoenix truly couldn't solve this on his own, Godot would fully confess to everything to protect Maya.
So,
He just wants that proof from Phoenix.
I mean, he just said that Phoenix is a great defense attorney.
But can he go all the way?
I guess. Whatever. Aha.
Well, Trey, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all.
Okay, fine.
Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick. Please, don't. What, you want to be sent to jail, Maya? Again? Because those are the only two fucking options we are presented with here. Maya. I heard the whole thing. From my sister. In the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. ... Yeah, so Mia, of course, figured everything out instantly because she's Mia Fey and a genius. Makes sense to me. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. But the other choice is you going to jail. Also, Judge, you said that there are only two suspects, Godot and Maya. Need I remind you that, strictly speaking, this is the trial of Iris Hawthorne?
Nobody cares, Trite.
I do! Diego protected Mia when he basically took the bullet or the poisoned coffee for her from Dahlia. Plus, he really did help her out in her first case. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime, and again, the only other option we have is to throw you in jail. Because Iris is innocent at this point, so I win? Please, Maya, testify. I was waiting because I thought there was another testimony in here somewhere. Exclamation
And then
mark.
there is so much more that I thought, more text than I thought. Good God.
Well, I've got an hour and a half. Ms. Fey, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. ... I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. I don't think... Well, actually, is Dahlia a sociopath or a psychopath?
I don't know. That's the kind of mental diagnoses that I do not feel equipped to make.
I should give my sister the symptoms and see what she says. Either way, I can still fix it. It's still salvageable. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. And she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights? I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories.
No, all it means is your mask was knocked off, stupid. Which, if you are injured, I figured out where you're injured. She knocked your mask off with that dagger, huh? Dot, dot, dot. You have a line, LG?
Who was it that stabbed Misty Fey? Looks like you still can't prove it.
Sure I can. I have everything I need right in Maya's testimony. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. Rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. All right, Pokey Delta says 5th statement last, unless I want to finish early, which of course I do not. So, press the buttons because this is exactly what you would see if Godot was lurking over there. Now I want to see a Golurk with Godot's mask. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask. I mean, 3 red lights shining in the dark? There's not much else that could be. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Press harder! But just after that, you turned toward the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify right in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright, then let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? There are 4 lights. Now, does LG get that reference?
Well, actually, there's 5.
No, there were 4.
No, I'm pretty sure there were 5.
You've been gaslit. There were only 4.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. There were 5 lights in that scene.
Uh-huh. Hold it! That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so. Probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. ...
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon.
That does tend to
What
be how it
happened after
goes.
that?
Hold it. Struck back? How do you know that? She wasn't the Empire.
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. This is not untrue. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
So this is 4.
Yes.
And then the horrible scream is 5, which I don't want to press on. Yet.
That's right. Yet.
They went out.
yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? It means his mask was knocked off, Your Honor. He probably has a nice gash underneath that mask. If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight,
Maybe the mask was damaged.
or maybe... See? Even Phoenix is smart enough to come to my conclusion. Good job, Phoenix. Very good job. I'm proud of you. Your line, LG.
Yeah, you didn't finish, so I wasn't sure if you were. Yeah.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trey?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Alright, no horrible screams yet. We'll hear about that in a moment. Tell me about Dahlia collapsing. And what about the killer that stabbed Dahlia?
I'm sorry, I don't know. ... Really, it's true, Nick.
I believe you. On this point, I'm sure Maya isn't lying.
It appears that the darkness has proven to be your undoing, Trey.
I've got to use this testimony to prove that Godot committed the murder. I really wish I didn't have to do it. But for some reason, I get the feeling that some part of Godot actually... Okay, this supports your theory, LG. He wants to be convicted, but he wants Phoenix to actually be the one to do it, to prove that Phoenix is worthy successor to Mia, or some such bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 4, and 5. Horrible screams. Tell me more.
Ah!
Hold it. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Oh, it's just like Von Karma's scream. The scream that Meters Lost Edgeworth heard when he was in the elevator and thought he shot the gun. It was Manfred Von Karma screaming. Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? ... I don't think so. It was far too masculine for that. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer. That's got to be it. And again, who's the only man that we know that was on that side of the mountain during the time of the crime? Godot.
Was you, Phoenix Wright.
No, I was under the bridge, dying in the river.
Congratulations, Trite. You've passed my test. You do understand the difference between across and under.
See, I win. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer. No, the dagger. Dahlia had a dagger because she didn't know about the cane sword. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction. But still, I kinda wonder. There's a fucking contradiction here. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she'd already been splattered by the victim's blood, and we still haven't figured out how she got cleaned up from that. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? Hey, I think I was right about whose blood was on the dagger.
Sure sounds like it.
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. I mean, what she could have done if she was a smartass was she felt that was a long-ass blade and, like, whipped the handle back and smacked Godot in the face. But I'm pretty sure that's not... Like, if I ever get impaled by a long weapon from the... Like, that's probably what I'm gonna do, is just go and smack the hilt back into whoever's face it is that stabbed me in the back.
Yeah, sure, I'm sure you'll have the presence of mind for that.
Dahlia apparently had the presence of mind to stab her attacker.
Yes, but Dahlia is a special case.
No, she's not. She's adorable. Anyway, she couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, Then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Something that Godot himself presented as evidence. And it had his own blood on it. Real genius move here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
This thing? Naturally, the dagger that the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Yeah, we hadn't actually mentioned it, like, at all since quite a while ago. Since we got the test results back and said that the blood wasn't the victim's. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree that did not exist.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection! Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
You idiot. Where have you been? Objection! What the fuck is the matter with you? Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? The victim is the one person whose blood we know isn't on this thing. Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. And I know where. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer. Your Honor, I request that we go and bring that in for further analysis and compare it to a sample of Godot's blood. Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Because we'd see that it's not actually blood, it's coffee. Which I'm surprised they missed that on the initial screening of the blood. Jesus fuck, he's up to 30.
I'm a chuggin'.
Well, he knows it's probably going to be his last case, so...
Nice theory, Trite.
Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I... No, Godot's going to point out he doesn't have a wound on him, and I'm going to point out she knocked the fucking mask off with the knife, so the wound is under your mask! Mask da mask! Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific smart guy in lab coat test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer.
Okay. Carry on.
Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
You can't see the color red, stupid! Like, you probably can't see what color my tie is.
Just think for a second.
I did.
This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct?
Yeah.
But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Correct. Yes, what does that prove?
Well, if I were really the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
That is technically true if you could have seen the blood in the first place.
In any case, there's one thing that I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me.
True, because it
Not a
would be
chance.
coffee. It would be coffee. Also, this does actually explain how he knew, because he was the one who pointed out that it had blood on it. The only way for him to have known is if he actually put the blood there in the first place. He was careful enough to clean up all the snow and to whatever. So presumably, he would have washed the blade off when he got it from Gumshoe. So he's not wrong. I don't know whose blood they've got on there. Not Maya's. He wouldn't do that. Whose blood would he have easy access to? Gumshoe? Either way, regardless, this does explain why the lab techs didn't notice that the blood was actually coffee. Smart man, Godot. You think you're a step ahead of me. And I suppose in that regard you might be. On the other hand, I'm smart.
You're something, alright.
I mean, it's explainable that his fingerprints are on the handle because he's the one who was carrying the thing. Like, he's the one who took it and presented it to court. He should have been wearing gloves, but, like, we all know that people don't actually treat evidence the correct way in this game. Anyway, in any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right, then, witness, continue your testimony. Hold it! Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya, namely there's no wound on Godot. This dagger, you said it wounded the killer. That's correct. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Assuming he was stabbed somewhere where he was clothed, instead of in his mask. Dot 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 dot. Maya? Have you forgotten that you testified that, like, right before you heard the scream, the red lights went out? AKA, the mask was knocked off. Maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the Inner Temple, Godot was still clean. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them, and he probably didn't bring a change of... Oh, wait a minute. Technically, I never looked inside that dresser. Maybe he did have a spare pair or a spare set of clothes in the dresser. I can ask Franziska, because she looked. What in the heck? Most of the outfits in here are for acolytes, but this one outfit, it is some kind of vest and button-down shirt and tie. What stupid Farfelmuncher wears this outfit? Oh well, it's probably not important.
I do not know, but I imagine that they are very sexy.
I don't think Franziska would think so. Anyway, He never had a chance to change his clothes unless he happened to bring a spare set of clothes with him and hid him in the dresser. That's not where we're going with this, mind you, but it is technically possible. I mean, Maya is in fact being smart. She's not wrong about anything that she's saying. Potential, like, there's one scenario in which Maya would be wrong. And that would be if Godot had the foresight to bring a spare pair of clothes or a spare set of clothes. But nobody could have anticipated the lightning and the bridge being on fire, right? They couldn't have anticipated they'd all be stuck on that side of the bridge.
Are you reading the script right now?
No.
That's literally the next course of dialogue.
You see where I'm at.
Yeah, I understand. It makes sense, but
I'm just good. Like, I've played this game enough that I think I figured out its bullshit and shenanigans. Anyway. Dag! Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Objection! Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one... Oh, hey. Yeah, no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Just in case they had to incinerate their first set of clothes because they got covered in blood, which was a distinct possibility, and even if Godot had access to the other side of the bridge, he wouldn't want to go walking around town in clothes covered in someone else's blood. Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? No, he did not. Well, then, maybe the killer took off his... I think you took stupid pills, Phoenix. This is a stupid explanation. A very stupid explanation from a foolish fool foolishly dreaming of foolish dreams. What, are you saying that Godot committed the crime while naked in below freezing weather? That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
You have a line?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was imagining Godot without clothes.
Of course you were.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
You're talking to the guy who survived being in frozen cold waters and only got a minor cold. But yeah, that's the other thing, is Godot didn't want anyone to know he was there. I don't know. There is reason for him to bring a spare set of clothes to the crime scene, or to the inner temple, even if he didn't anticipate the bridge being struck by lightning. Again, potentially just because in the act of murder, blood gets in many places, and Godot, of all people, can't see where the blood is. So after he stabbed whoever, he might be concerned about back splatter, so just, like, want the spare pair of clothes so he could incinerate because there was an incinerator there. I don't know. Whatever. This is correct. You're still thinking about Godot without clothes on, aren't you? I don't blame you. Not that I would, but, like, I've certainly thought about Dahlia with no clothes on. What?
Maybe still with the tie, though?
Dahlia never wore a tie. Oh, sorry, never mind.
So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Oh, yes, I am.
Right now, if Mia Fey were here.
Yeah,
If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
probably true. And it probably would have had a little duck on the cover.
So come on, Trike! Can you do it or not?
Yes, I can. How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Evidence? No. Where he got wounded? Yes. ... The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. And yes, she would have definitely had Diego's ass hanged. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
That's good. Fight her till the bitter end, Trike. ... Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the old classic? The unlimited penalty.
I'm gonna save here. Just in case. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
You've got nothing, Trike!
So, what do I do at a time like this? Save! Simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Ow, I'm thinking my head's on fire. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a... No. There is somewhere he could have hidden such a wound. It was impossible for him to have had a spare set of clothes. But what if he wasn't stabbed somewhere what was covered by clothes? If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. No, you fool! There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden?
...
This is going exactly where I thought it was. This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trike. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Do I have this as evidence? Like, I'm supposed to say it's his mask.
Yeah, the specifics of the way you'd solve this is a tiny bit wonky.
Is
but
it his
does
profile
kind of
because his
make
profile
sense.
shows his face?
It's his profile because his profile shows his face.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Sort of. But, like... Okay. Take that.
Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite?
What the...
What was that just now? What was that just now?
I'm
Mia?
just as confused as you are.
It can't be.
He's
You're
hallucinating.
living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. I thought she wasn't helping me, but sure. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? Do you have a dagger wound under there somewhere? Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Well, at this point, his mask blew up, so he would abso-fucking-lutely have an injury under there. Congratulations, buddy, you fucked everything up. What I was going to prove is now pointless. And you know it, which is why you grabbed your coffee.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you.
Haha, so I can be a spirit medium. Therefore I can channel Dahlia. It's all coming together.
I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her a bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning.
I'm sorry, what?
The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You? Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality.
But you didn't have eyes anymore.
I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore. So I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
Okay. What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Phoenix. Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Ha.
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me.
Also, it could have just as easily been Iris Hawthorne, you dummy. Although, to be fair, Iris wouldn't have been brandishing a knife against Maya, so I suppose you're not that stupid, but still.
It could have been Misty Fey, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure what exactly was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years early? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge?
Against
now-
a cutie pie?
And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was just chasing an illusion. A fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the court.
Yeah, nobody has, to this point.
You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
You saw everything clearly, you might say?
Indeed.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Gasp! I am shocked. Shocked by this development. Shocked, I say. Well, not that shocked. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Aha!
Thanks.
There's his wound. What delayed bleeding? Your wound, it's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist.
Duh. So this seems to imply that it's red in general, not just red on white surfaces.
These must be my tears.
Tears? Didn't he say something to the effect of you can only cry, if you're an attorney, you can only cry when it's over?
That he did.
Like when he was crushing that coffee mug, which we saw earlier today, I think?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
What? Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
And it's all over. In many ways. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant, who we basically ignored for this whole part of the trial because it doesn't make sense for this to still be the trial of Iris. But sure.
She was just sitting there in the defendant's chair all... This feels like it's a conversation way outside of me.
It really was. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense. Objection, Your Honor! The murderer was Godot, an agent of the law. The defendant here only thought she was obeying the law because she was instructed to do this by an agent of the law. This penalty, and the penalty for this crime also goes on to Godot. She is completely innocent. She was simply obeying the prosecutor as one would obey any other agent of the law, such as a policeman or a firefighter or anything like that. 100% completely innocent and exonerated because, again, she was just doing what an agent of the law told her to do.
I don't know, Mr. Wright. That sounds fake.
That is not fake. Go jump off a bridge, Lost Your Edgeworth. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. Oh, well, fine. Way to tear a hole in my argument. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? ... Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. Yes, ma'am? I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Well, attempted poison. I never actually had the poison. Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. You deserved it, Phoenix. Don't ask me why, but if a redhead's trying to kill you, you probably deserve it. Well, okay, if a cute redhead's trying to kill you, you probably deserve it. It's not all that surprising.
So, does that mean Maya deserved it?
No, because presumably, Dahlia didn't have red hair at the time.
Well, I was meaning Mimi Meanie.
Mimi Meanie didn't try to kill Maya.
Oh no, wait, she didn't kill... Yeah, no, you're right, I misremembered that whole thing. Yeah, of course, she killed the guy.
And tried to frame Maya, which was her mistake.
Right.
If a cute redhead's trying to frame you, you may or may not actually deserve it. But if a cute redhead's trying to kill you, you probably deserve it. And again, Dahlia was being channeled by Misty. Did not have red hair at the time she was trying to kill Maya, so there's no contradiction here. And
The
Diego...
spirit has red hair, though.
Well, yeah, because that's her natural hair color. Once it's separated from the host's body, it reverted back to natural colors, which again goes back to my theory that she and Iris are both redheads. Naturally,
My God, are you alright? all the gymnastics you've done to jump through those hoops.
What hoops? All of this makes perfect logical sense. Or at least as much as anything else makes sense in the Ace Attorney universe.
No, it doesn't count if she's a redhead. She didn't have it when she tried to kill her, so that doesn't count.
She literally did not. The hair color of her at the time when she tried to stab Maya was black, or whatever the hell Misty Fey's hair color was. This is the thing that has been consistent ever since we know about spirit channeling has been a thing.
Yeah, but like Dahlia was still a redhead.
Nah.
Maybe not at the time, but in spirit.
Well, always in spirit, yes, we saw that last time, but not at the moment she was trying to commit the murder. Also, the murder was being done at the behest of someone who was not a redhead.
Oh, I see. That's how you're justifying it now.
It's both that she literally did not have red hair at the time, and it was being done at the behest of someone else.
All right. Let's just keep going. We got half an hour to.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway, the two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice.
I can't believe you were right about this.
I was right about this, wasn't I?
That sounded like the most ridiculous, convoluted bullshit. But you were correct.
See? Things that sound like ridiculous, convoluted bullshit are actually true. Which again goes back to me saying that they have to both be redheads. Huh? We only met twice. The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later, and again in the courthouse. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. Oh yeah, that actually makes sense. No way! It can't be true. Who the fuck was I dating that whole time? For those 8 months, the woman you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. There's only one person it could be, Phoenix. And it's the cutie you've had as your defendant this whole time. I hope one day you can forgive me, Phoenix. Yep. And she still loves him, doesn't she? Like, she actually loves him. Phoenix. Don't let her go to jail. Save her, Phoenix. Get married to her, Phoenix. Phoenix! Do this, or I will never forgive you. Let me guess, Iris never shows up in any future games.
Never again!
Well, fuck you, Phoenix. I will never forgive you. Are you serious, never again?
I'll double check her wiki article now, but I am pretty sure yes, never again.
Well, in anticipation of that... Congratulations, Phoenix. I'm pretty sure that's more 9s than Lost as Edgeworth at this point. When I say I will never forgive you, I will never forgive you. But yes, Phoenix has in fact been defending his ex-girlfriend believing that she was his ex's she was his ex's sister. She was the one dating him. And it's like he said at the end of that first case. The Dahlia that he saw in court that day wasn't the real... Well, no, it was the real Dahlia. The Dahlia that you had been dating for those 8 months was actually not the real Dahlia. But I could not see Dahlia Hawthorne putting up with Phoenix's bullshit for 8 months, making him mini omelets and all that other shit he said she did. Because Phoenix is just stupid. The fact that Phoenix lets her get away, or lets her rot in jail, he's a fucking defense attorney. He can fix this. Boy, am I glad that we're going to appalling justice next. I can't stand being Phoenix anymore. You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister... From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth, even though you're an idiot. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? I'm surprised she was patient enough to wait for 8 months. She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as... Look! It's not that simple. When a man gets a gift from a precious redhead, he's not going to give it back. It's not a simple thing to do. Anyway, 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. To be fair, her plans went completely awry, or her plans got cross-wired, shall we say. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Phoenix, you fool! I'm adding 10 more 9s to your count. And again, it's already more 9s than even lost his Edgeworth. Like, honestly, it's dwarfing the number now. I never thought I'd see this day. My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine. Phoenix! Phoenix! Don't let her rot in jail. Save her. Marry her. This is the one for you. And get her to stop dyeing her hair, for God's sakes.
Yeah. Nope, she's gone. She'll never come back. He's dating Edgeworth.
No, he is not. This is the one for him.
Nope.
Normans, you're very, very late to the party, but hi. Iris, after spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings toward you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Phoenix, don't you fucking dare. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Phoenix, good! Then save her.
Well, goodbye forever.
Thank you. There's 32.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you, though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had.
Okay.
Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
What the? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim. No, strictly speaking, the purpose of this trial was to rule on whether Iris was guilty or not, which we established that she absolutely was not, and should have just... I don't know what the fuck we should have done, but this was not it. Probably. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Iris, I will defend you. For free. And I will not let you rot in jail. And then I will marry you. If I was Phoenix Wright, this is what I would do. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. About fucking time. Court is now adjourned. Yes, carry on. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice. No! No, Phoenix! Save her! Protect! Marry! The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Also, you can defend him, too. You are a defense attorney. Of course justice was served. Hi, Pearls. I mean, Mia. Mia? I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you... You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? ... I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia? You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. What? I'm confused. Mia? I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of crazy shit. Along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? Go find that out by defending Iris, you schmuck. I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? Were you not paying attention, you dumbass? Oh, never mind. That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But... Yeah, everyone, Phoenix. That includes Iris and Godot. Especially Iris. Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. My, pal, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? And your mother is dead? Sorry, too soon. You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Uh-oh. She whipped Maya?
No.
Well, she whipped someone. I didn't see whether it was Phoenix that said youch or Maya that said youch, but the whip was over Maya's sprite, not Phoenix's. Anyway, that's another
Phoenix
whiplash.
youched.
Okay. The screen popped up and it was over Maya's face. But okay. So she didn't whip Maya. Franziska!
No.
Still as softy as always. Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
God damn it, why are you here? Here to gloat about the fact that the number of times I want to kill you is smaller than the number of times I want to kill Phoenix? Well, take this, you poltroon.
Yes, that did surprise me, actually.
Well, guess whose number is bigger now?
Oh, we all know you love me.
Ta? Mr. Lost Your Edgeworth, when did you get back?
I never left.
Oh, that's right.
I was in your wall the entire time.
Yeah, no one filled her in on that. Lost as Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? That's not what they usually do. If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But, where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed, shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Are you fucking making fun of him for that?
Little bit.
That does it. All is right with the world again, because your number is now massively bigger than Phoenix's number. I still fucking won't forgive Phoenix for this, but whatever. Carry on. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. I don't know, Maya. Like, falling down a 50 feet from a bridge that was on fire into water that was so cold it should have been freezing if the current wasn't so damn fast. Getting battered by said current and walking away mostly unscathed and with just a cold? I think he's fucking invincible. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Kilometers Lost Your Edgeworth, and you too, Franziska.
The pleasure is all mine, Maya.
Now, who is this? Is this Gumshoe? I don't
That's for
suppose...
you.
Oh. Go away! There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! Yeah, that's right. Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Yeah, it's called hell. Huh? Yeah, of course. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was going. Yes, we would. No. Oh, yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were horrible, but at least useful. Isn't that right, Lost Your Edgeworth?
Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, Lost Your Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Well, this is gonna be another Larry Lash, but I got rid of that for the cups of coffee count.
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon.
Alright, so however much the Larry Lash was the last time it was up, plus one it, because I don't remember what that count was. I still added it to the regular whiplashes, though. Glare.
Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
Maya glared at her and she fucking backed down? Yeah.
Well, I don't want to make her mad. I want to ask her out after this.
Yeah, the ship is fucking real. I doubted it because I really didn't see it from the second game, but...
The first game didn't convince me, but no, I see it now.
You mean the second game? She wasn't in the first game.
Franziska's first game.
Fair. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're going to model for my next... Alright, Larry Lash plus 2.
Carried away.
Did she actually promise? I don't think she actually promised.
I don't think she promised either.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
I saw Mia possessing her body not that long ago. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly.
Right.
What?
You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah, it is a little confusing.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Franziska? That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well, yes.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone hurt far more deeply than she.
Yeah, the dead victim.
I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Someone who is hurt more deeply than Maya? That's impossible! Losses Edgeworth, stop talking nonsense! The hell!
Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for?
I have no fucking clue what the hell this idiot is talking about.
Think, who in Maya's life would really need her to be strong?
It's probably Pearls, because... yeah. First of all, Phoenix isn't even on this list. It's not Morgan. It's certainly not Dahlia. It's Franziska. The new couple is born. Alright, Pearl presented.
Pearl Fey.
The poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved in and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
It's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. Well, I need to go give the goblin several hugs and make sure that she gets a good meal today. Losses Edgeworth, you're paying. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where yous all were. Wow, looks like yous got quite a bunch of... Hey, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
Uh-huh. She also fancies him, too, by the way. For some reason. That's just kind of creepy.
I can see it.
That's just kind of creepy. I'm going with the Fran Maya angle here.
Oh no, yeah, Fred Maya is the best.
I mean, he's terrified of her, and she stalked him in the first game, stole his trench coat, and then took it to Germany to launder it for some reason, instead of laundering it here? I don't know what the heck's the matter with this girl, but anyway, what's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, yous know this and that. Anyway, congrats on yous win. Let's goes out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French... Oh, God, he didn't, did he? The food there is horrible, Gumshoe. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Some people are into that shit. No judgment here. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Dregs bien, where else? I knew it. We're doomed. I mean, yes, we are, because not even Maya wants to eat that. Come on, let's go's, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, yous, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Uh-oh. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do? ... Detective Gumshoe, Yeah, what is it, Bal? Could you guys go on ahead? But, what about yous? Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, or not there at all, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. He'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
Go away, you! But where should we look? Where could... I bet you she's at Phoenix Wright & Co. law offices. Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. Her second home. Oh, never... Why the fuck is she here? Tajikura Temple. For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
Yes, you're all back again so soon?
Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
We? Well, I guess Pearls is there, because I know Iris isn't. So she's here? Pearlie is here?
He's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see ya?
Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah! Hey, it's been cleaned. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearls. Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! And yeah, it's... When she found out about everything, it did in fact make her very sad. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. Exclamation mark? My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you, he said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die, which will be today.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regret. ...
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? ... question mark. There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. Oh!
That's...
A photo?
Ah!
Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. Who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
I'm sorry, you got me with it.
I got you with what?
The question.
So, well, no, that's not what I'm laughing at. I'm laughing at the photo.
Oh yeah, the photo is adorable too, but I literally only just saw that.
So it seems that that poor urn has been broken
It's a long
many
tradition.
times. I'm guessing it was Maya who broke it that time, and Mia's just putting it together. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise.
I know. I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master.
I'm sorry,
I'll
future
make sure.
master? So who
Well,
the fuck's
yeah,
the master right now?
I guess we don't have one?
No, future nothing. Maya is the master.
Well, I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back.
Alright. We're going to have a great feast today, Pearly.
You didn't hear where we're gonna go eat, did you?
You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food.
You're both gonna get sick to your stomachs. And I'm gonna have to deal with this, aren't I? There's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think, you stupid Nick? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside us.
Huh? I thought you established that men can't have spiritual powers.
Be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Get me the hell out of here! Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna go do this special course naturally.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for me.
No! No! Iris! Iris! Iris is Phoenix's!
Anything for Mystic Maya.
Iris is Phoenix's one and only.
Well, I don't know. I get the feeling you two won't see each other ever again.
I still can't fucking believe him for this.
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
Dot. You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing. Let me guess.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing. Objection! Fuck everything.
Okay, so let me know when Ron comes up during the credits. He's my
I'll
first
really
one.
have to work extra hard now. Master of Kurain and office manager of Wright & Co. offices. I have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
Makes sense?
She does have a history.
Yes.
So it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making a secret reservation.
Haven't you had enough making reservations for other people? Don't you know that leads to disaster? It's gum. Hey, that's the wrong color coat.
Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Hey, don't just worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself so...
Ew. 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 Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Ms. Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said I must show you what I've learned. I see them as more master and apprentice, or dom and sub, to be honest, than I see them as an actual relationship. Oh, here you go.
Desi and I started a company called Mask Consulting.
We're dedicating to stopping evil plans of... I missed that one, but...
Our motto is, cut it out, please!
Okay. Those two are kind of adorable.
We also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating these... or whatever his name was. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
She lent him 500 grand.
She lent Phoenix 500 grand or Sergio Tigre?
500
I missed
grand!
it.
Phoenix!
I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old, and I cried like a baby with a dirty... What is it with everyone and soiling them fucking selves? As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamanta. Another palindrome. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Yes, Lisa Basil.
Okay, I'm next.
Yep, you're here.
More reporters! Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazine's like us because I provide such a nice visual. Especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
Good! She should! She should! You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Uh-huh. I don't think that's why he got a nosebleed. Is this it?
Nope, there's a couple more.
No, go away. Get off the screen, we don't like you anymore. Actually, we never liked you. Hi, Mia.
Objection!
And here's Godot.
Objection!
Objection, Franziska. Objection. It's me, Winston Payne.
Oh, right, you were in this game.
Oh my god, what's this? I'm back from a long trip and tired vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and I've got a new one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over losses anyway, I can't exactly do substitute of faithful in your heart. And will I ever find a gentleman who like if I'm ready? Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat.
Oh, I was so excited for you to get to that one.
Surprise old bag again. I finally found something I love to do. Franzi's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art world. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after. Yes, you are, Larry.
Alrighty, now we're done.
It's over. The nightmare is over.
We're free! From Trilogy 1.
No, we're free. At last. So, this was a fucking trip and a half.
Sure was.
My thoughts on the Ace Attorney trilogy as a whole, and I'll keep it brief, because somehow I fucking managed to go overtime.
You never fail to impress.
It's stupid fun. Like, these games, as much as I complain about them, first of all, I'm pretty sure I'm getting the hang of it, if this case was any indication. I think I was a lot more on the mark than usual with this last case. Then again, I feel like they were making it very, very, very ridiculously obvious. I don't know if it's just me that felt that they were making it ridiculously obvious, or if they were actually making it ridiculous. But, like, either way, it felt good to be right about most of that shit.
Yeah, I'll admit that I didn't catch the Godot Diego thing literally until I saw Diego.
I mean, to be fair, that in particular was just a whim. And then somehow when talking about it, I said Diego Armando, and it clicked Godot, right? Diego Armando, and I was like, okay, yeah, no, this is.
Yeah, that is correct, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's I mentioned that I want to say way back.
You probably did.
I don't blame you for not remembering, but that's when it really clicked in my head that, okay, this wasn't just something I was pulling out of my ass, which up until that point it had been. No, this was actually what they were doing, and they not only gave you the hint right in the name, they also told you how to pronounce it. If memory serves, there's some debate on how to pronounce his name. No, it's Godot. Go for Diego, and Do from Armando. That debate is done. There never should have been a debate in the first place. But regardless, interesting trilogy full of fascinating characters. Larry just took a fucking nosedive between games 1 and 3. Game 2 was bad. Like, I don't think there's very much redeeming about it, but there's a lot that I wouldn't have understood in Game 3 if I had just gone straight from 1 to 3 and skipped 2. So it was a necessary evil. Mo the Clown, I suppose, was kind of amusing, but I see why a lot of people consider that to be the worst game of the trilogy. It is. This game was by far the most plot and story-oriented of any of the games. Like, every single one of these cases was tied into an overarching plot, which was never the case in either of the previous games. I kind of like that.
I like the stronger through line.
If that's the direction that the games are going in the next trilogy, that's a really good direction for the game, instead of just a bunch of one-off cases that maybe have some vague theme that tie together. Now, the biggest thing that this game still has, right? The major trick that this game has, and basically does not seem to have any, is that person X is the one who wears this outfit, ergo nobody else can wear it.
Wear that outfit. Nobody. The only person.
I think this game had a little bit more than that, but despite
honestly, at least the last case didn't have that as a plot point.
It kind of did. How Dahlia was mistaken for, but there was at least more to it than just that.
Yeah, that's less her outfit and more they look fucking identical.
Yes, but it was the outfit too. But so it was there, just a lot more subtle and kind of a background. Like, because if Dahlia had shown up in a different outfit, that might have raised some eyebrows. I'm still fucking pissed if you're right and Iris doesn't show up again. I really don't think I will forgive Phoenix for that.
As far as I could see, nothing on her wiki article mentioned her after this game.
Oi, Capcom, Shutakumi, fix this now! Ace Attorney 7, you better bring Iris back. She is Phoenix's one and only. I don't give a fuck what most of the fandom says. It was just, like... No. It's inexcusable that you don't bring her back. Anyway, overall, fun. I will be doing the Appalling Justice trilogy next. I'm glad to be done with the dummy known as Phoenix Wright, because he is an idiot. Hopefully, with him gone...
Oh, you think you're done? You think you're done with this man?
Why the hell do they call it Appalling Justice if it's not after the guy known as Appalling Justice?
I have no idea. He's in the games for sure. But you are not free from Phoenix. Not
Does he
by
at least
a long
retire and
shot.
become a Noodleman like he always wanted?
He becomes a hobo. Well, okay, not literally a hobo, but like that's kind of the joke people make about his outfit.
Huh.
He's Hobo Phoenix.
You know what? He'd fit right into Shadows Over Loathing. Speaking of Shadows Over Loathing, I do in fact actually hope to be streaming that this week. But
nice segue.
Yes, we'll get there in just a little bit. If you, like Normans, came very late to the party today, you can catch this whole VOD along with all of the Phoenix Wright trilogy now on my YouTube channel over there. If you want to catch me live on Twitch, my Twitch channel is over there. I usually go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Ace Attorney 3 is over, thank Arceus. So next Monday I will probably do a makeup stream for that Shadows Over Loathing stream that I missed last week due to being sick. Wednesday evenings are Shadows Over Loathing, so I will be streaming that this upcoming Wednesday and next Wednesday. You can also catch me live over on Bulba Garden's channel over there. Usually I go live Sunday mornings at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time with Pokemon Crystal. I will also have a stream September 1st, which is Labor Day in the U.S., at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. Still not 100% sure what it's going to be. Sounds like PokeDelta wants me to go back to Let's Go Eevee, which I have to find the frickin' cartridge. It's probably in that large pile of cartridges that I'm looking at right in front of Lego Hogwarts Castle. So, odds are it's easily accessible, but whatever. I don't like that game. I've never liked that game. I'll figure out a way to let people vote on this. Probably at my stream on Bulba Garden on Sunday. I think I can create a poll in chat there or something. Regardless, there are other talented streamers you can find on the Bulba Garden channel, such as The Caps Fan, whom you can also find on his channel over there, and Dawning Winds, whom, when she streams on her channel, you can find on her channel over there. And there are other talented streamers such as Mochi, and, well, there was Cody, but Cody's not streaming at the moment. I believe Abby is going to be returning to streaming soon as well, so lots of fun content over on the Bulba Garden channel. LG, you said that you're not going to be able to make it here next Monday, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so that is unfortunate. After the makeup, the makeup stream for Shadows Over Loathing, though, LG had an idea for a quick 1 or 2 shot stream for me to do that that'll be temporarily taking over for Ace Attorney on Monday nights.
No, Dawning came up with it first. I cannot take that credit.
Fair enough. Dawning came up with that, so it'll be the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, but that's not going to be...
We're finally going to give that spiky blue bitch what's coming to him.
Yes. About time. So yeah, that'll be not next Monday, but the Monday after, so that LG can be here for that. I will point out that...
so many voices.
I will point out, it's a little bit early to be talking about this, but Christ almighty, starting in late September, my stream schedule is going to be non-existent because Jewish holiday season. We'll get there when we get there. Meantime, though, this stream has already run way over time, so, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching. LG, thank you for stopping by and keeping me company during this disaster.
Always happy to be here.
God bless this mess.
Good night, everybody.